Hello, my name is Brian Bowen, and welcome to my channel, and welcome to part 2 of a debate review that I've been doing with Anuj Agarwal of India. It's a debate review that I have been doing on the comment section of Jonathan McClattchie's YouTube channel on his video, Slippery Slope Tactics of Matt Dillahunty, where he does a debate review, or a debate review of his debate with Matt Dillahunty. And he does this debate review with Timothy McGrew. I will not be playing that video because I don't want to be flagged for some sort of copyright violation or something. But I am on his channel because this is where I have a debate with a naturalist from India named Anuj Agarwal. If you want to see part 1 of that debate, please do so. I will leave a link in the comment section letting you know where the to find that part 1 of this debate, part 1 of this debate review of this particular debate. I'll also leave a link to the in the comment section for Jonathan McClattchie's debate review video, so you can look in the comment section. It's under I don't want to lose my place. I think it's it's under Jamie Goodlett. Is the because Jamie Goodlett I responded to Jamie Goodlett, and then Anuj responded to me, and we did over 200 posts. I think it was like 220 posts total. For over 2 weeks long, going all the way up to a closing. We ended up having some final rebuttals and made some closing arguments. Now, continuing from that point, I told him he cannot accuse somebody of strawmanning argument, because he tried to accuse me of strawmanning. After this, he started trying to tell me why he thought I was strawmanning him. A lot of times it was misrepresenting my positions. Even then, see, I put, oh, there it goes. The only way I can know your position is if either you tell me or argue it, and I have not responded to your argument I have responded to your argument every step of the way. I am not strawmanning you, but you have presented a number of strawman attacks against me, although I have been explicitly clear, and I have been, to what I am arguing and what position I take. How have I been strawmanning you? And so after this, he starts giving me reasons, because he wouldn't give me reasons before. He just accused me of strawmanning me and strawmanning him, and not telling me how I was doing it, allegedly. And so I just kind of brought this into to view that he's not telling me the reason why he thinks I am, which kind of makes it look like that he's just doing it to get back at me for accusing him of making strawmans. And I said that too in the debate. And by the way, a lot of these I'm going to be skimming through, paraphrasing, give you the gist of. Some of them I'm going to read outright. Some of them I'm just going to give you the background information of, and that sort of thing. The reason is because, like I said, it's like 220 posts. I'm not going to read at 220 posts. So, I'm going to read the ones that I think I need to read, and then try to skim through the others and give you the gist of the argument. You can go back to the debate to see the entirety of the arguments. Okay, and he says, actually, we can be sure we have the original Quran. See, I challenged him on that because you cannot get past the Islamic revision, because Islam is or Quran is what's called a controlled text. And the New Testament was called a freely transmitted text. That's the reason why we have so many manuscripts, because it went out all over the place. There was for the first 400 years of the church, there was no controlling entity that could control the manuscripts or anything like that. So the manuscripts went all over the place. And this is what's called a freely transmitted text. James White talks about this in his book, What Every Christian Needs to Know About the Quran. He also talks about it in a number of his debates with Muslims as well. He's a textual scholar. And the Quran is what's called a control text because there's a central controlling power controlling the text. And he agreed with this. He agreed with these distinctions and these qualifiers. He didn't deny that Quran was a control text. And of course, Usman had, in the third caliph, had burned all the manuscripts. There were a few that escaped burning, and we could go back and forth on these. One he brings up a lot is the Birmingham manuscript and that sort of thing. But you need more than just a couple manuscripts. You need a lot of manuscripts. I mean, that's why it's so important to have a lot of manuscripts, because we can cross-check them and reconstruct the original text of the New Testament. We can't do that with the Quran because the abundance you can get as far as abundance of manuscripts, these modern revision, you might have a couple manuscripts escape the burning, but it's not going to be enough to reconstruct the original text. So how do we know that Uthman did not add anything in, change things around, create doctrines, whatever? According to Sahih al-Bukhari, I believe it's 6.510, it says, it's in the Hadith literature, the Islamic tradition written down that that is accepted by Islam, and it says in there that that he was ordered or asked to rewrite the manuscripts. And we talked about this later too, because he denied that. He says, where in al-Bukhari that he ever says that they rewrite the Quran. And in the next post that I had on the rebuttal section, I I quoted it verbatim. So if you think I say it, but we'll get to that later. Those I might try to read a lot of them outright once we get there. Right now, I'm just kind of give you the skinny of what's going on here. Okay, he tried to say, okay, we have the actual original of the Quran. He says the manuscripts of the Gospels is from 150 AD, which is false. This is what gets us on the whole P52 debate, or about around that time, about 120 years after the supposed events, which of course it's not just about the earliest manuscript, that's part of it. But of course, granted, that's the earliest of any work of antiquity. Okay, we don't have, in other manuscripts of ancient history, we don't even have anything close to that. I mean, that's within 30 years of the liberal dating of John's gospel. 30 years of the liberal dating of John's gospel, between 30 to 40 years. Assuming AD 125, I think it's dates earlier than that, but assuming AD 125, that's within, and assuming the liberal dating of John's gospel, which I think most scholars, and there's a lot of conservatives in that too, like Mike Lacona and Craig Evans, who thinks the John's gospel dates to about the mid-90s. I disagree with that. I differ with that. I think it's earlier. But let's assume that date, because that's the date that most scholars will take and most liberals will take it. The vast majority of liberals will take it. And so that would put P52 within 30 years of John's writing the Gospel of John. Name any work of antiquity that comes even close. As we already talked about, the Quran is actually not considered a work of antiquity. It's considered a medieval work. Between early to Middle Ages, it dates to, and he actually agrees with this. We didn't differ on this. Now, by the way, again, if Anuj Agarwal is watching this debate review video, understand it's nothing personal against him. This is not a personal attack against him. I'm not attacking him personally. I'm attacking his arguments. This is arguments I disagree with, his arguments and his positions, and those are the things that I'm challenging here. Okay. We actually ended our debate very well. We even said we hope we could do it again sometime. It's been fun. We actually ended on a good note. In spite of the fact that he cussed a couple times, but he never once cussed me out or called me an idiot or anything like that. So I actually did like debating Anuj. He might have done a lot of logical fallacies, but the one he never did was an ad hominem. He never called me a name or attacked me personally. Well, he did tell me I didn't know crap what I was talking about in some places, but I kind of took that as a personal attack at the time, but he really wasn't. He was just trying to attack what he thought I knew about the situation. And at the time, this was early on in the debate. Keep in mind that he was doing that because he didn't know what I knew and what I didn't know until I actually began to get really into it and debate them and long posts and got extensive with it and got specific with the manuscripts and I showed I had extensive knowledge of textual criticism and scholarship and after that he just stopped telling me I don't know crap. I guess he realized that I knew more than a lot of people don't know that I'm a when it comes to being a Christian apologist, I'm a jack of all trades. There's not a whole lot that I haven't studied. One minute I might sound like a scientist when I'm talking about scientific issues. One minute I'm sounding like a philosopher, and next minute I'm sounding like a text critic. Next minute I'm sounding like a historian. It's like, what in the world are you? You're like got schizo or something? No, I'm just a jack of all trades. There's a lot, anything pertaining to this various subject as far as Christianity, the Bible, New Testament, history, things like that. Chances are I've studied it, and I'm open to studying anything. So and I've got books all over my room. You can't really see my room from the camera. There's a big old light here in the way. Of course, a little tight on my computer. I'm trying to drive it away from that light. All right. Better. All right. Anyway, so back to the debate. He says, okay, we have the original Quran. He thinks that the earliest manuscript is 150 AD. Not true. Original. By the way, I pointed this out that there's a lot more than just the earliest manuscripts. Said again in a straw man, when did I ever said only God can do miracles? That's a comment until another video or reply he did. Like I said, he got a multitude of replies. In the sense you're just used it, Christians and Jews alike have all believed that God can work miracles through other people, including his prophets like Moses. You keep saying Jesus' words are the words of God. Why are you wording it that way? And then I talked about what Barman does, and I won't get too much into that. We didn't really discuss that as much about that because he says that's not what he was really interested in later on. I said, listen, a lot of scholars that are not Christian, they hold to the position that Jesus did miracles in the sense that he astonished crowds and the earliest eyewitnesses perceived as miracles. This doesn't mean that they believe them to be miracles, but they're willing to say lots of people seeing these astonishing acts believe that they were miracles. In other words, my point in bringing this up was to show that there was strong evidence that the Gospel's miracle claims far more than what we have from other works, especially other works of ancient history, in terms of miracles. And so it's so strong that even almost all scholars, including non-Christian ones, agree that the miracle claims, because the miracle claims in the New Testament are early, multiple attested. They were found in a wide variety of literary forms. There's got criteria of embarrassment that we found, and just it just fulfills these scholarly criteria wholeheartedly, and ultimately the evidence becomes so strong that almost everyone thinks that Jesus was a miracle worker, known as a miracle worker in his own lifetime. Did these acts and astonishing deeds that has convinced his earliest followers and convinced a multitude of other people that Jesus had done these miracles. And they're not saying that he really did miracles. Some people might call him a hypnotist. Some people might say this are pre-scientific people that believe in anything. I mean, there's a wide variety of explanations that they might give. You know, if they're naturalists, they're not going to believe that Jesus was actually doing miracles. But they will concede that others, the evidence is so strong that others predict him as doing miracles, and people understood and called him a miracle worker in Jesus' own lifetime. And that's virtually everyone. All right. Okay, let's move on. I'm talking about the zombie thing now again. And I said, no, it's not. So this commits the begging question epithet fallacy, and it does on the zombie thing. This is a form of a begging question fallacy circle argument, in which it uses a word charged with one's own presuppositions. In this case, the word zombie, it's like a news reporter. I mentioned this in my first video, actually. I talked about that. And when the skeptics call this event Matthew zombie apocalypse, although the text never claims zombies or zombie apocalypse or any apocalypse for that matter, they do so with their presuppositions attached. And they do. And the idea is for the skeptic to use the word zombie to make you think of something ridiculous and not true. But this is definitely incorrect. That's I see below. 2, it is definitionally incorrect. A zombie is by definition a slow-moving, walking, mindless, soulless corpse of the undead. I mentioned that in my first video. And not at all the description that Matthew gives. If you took a time machine into the past and asked him why he put zombies in his gospel, the first thing he might ask you is, what is a zombie? Secondly, he'll tell you that he did not, see below, put zombies in it, which he didn't, because our definition of a zombie is not what he was talking about. He was talking about a revivification or a resuscitation, kind of like Lazarus or the Jairus' daughter. That's the Jewish context of these saints coming out of the graves. That's the Jewish context of it. Now, there are some Christians like Michael Conan that has a different interpretation. I think it's a literary compositional device, apocalyptic kind of device just to highlight Jesus' crucifixion. I think there is some highlighting of Jesus' crucifixion involved, but I do not think it was a literary composition device. I think the internal evidence suggests this was an eyewitness report, and I mentioned that as well. All right. Culturally, Matthew would have understood this event and his Jewish readers as revivification or resuscitation. I already mentioned that, a kind of halfway resurrection where one is returned back to life, but not to an immortal life, like in the resurrection at the end of the world. Calling these saints zombies is like calling Lazarus a zombie, or Jairus' daughter a zombie, but I never see people doing that. 4, I think Matthew is responding to an eyewitness report that he picked up. And like I said, there's internal evidence of this. I didn't really go into the evidence for it, but there's actually internal evidence for it. Where he says that they went into the city and were seen by many, indicating that he's responding to an eyewitness report. Now, he's going to go on to this thing where he thinks that somehow people in the Roman Empire would have certainly mentioned it if this would be the case, and I'll get to that here in a minute. Of course, it was an argument for silence, but we'll get in that. I have reasons for thinking this, but I am not going into it right now. Again, none of this is relevant to Jesus' resurrection, and even if Matthew made the whole thing up, it would have no bearing on Jesus' resurrection. And I don't think he did, by the way, but even if he did, it would have no bearing on the case of the resurrection. So thus, it would be a red herring to bring it up if we're talking about the resurrection. And he said again, another strong man who now said only God do miracles. He said that, or yeah. Well, he said to the effect of that. I can't remember exactly how he argued it, but he has a tendency to claim that he didn't say that when he did. In the sense you just used it, Christians and Jews alike have all believed that God can work miracles through other people, including his prophets like Moses. You keep saying Jesus' words are the words of God. why are you wording it that way? Bart Ehrman. Okay, wait a minute. All right, this is back up. Let's back up. Yes, this right here is a quotation of me. Actually, this is what I accused him of. I thought this was something. What he was saying, accused him, but he puts in quotation marks and he says, "Then you have to concede Muhammad was a genuine prophet." Is what he said, and no, we didn't, because we don't have evidence that he said that or did the things in the Quran. We have our stories, verses that, and if he wants to call them verses, he tries to call them verses later, like there's a difference. And so we don't have the Quran giving us we have the Quran referencing Muhammad allegedly splitting the moon, but yet no reference. There's no eyewitnesses to it, because the Quran is, after all, being dictated to his early followers, and later on, not then, later on, it was pieced together in a full composition after Muhammad's lifetime and after the Battle of Yamama, where most of the people, they even memorized it, about 70 of them died in the Battle of Yamama. So it winds up being flawed. The whole argument winds up being flawed. He goes into this tangent about Jesus, because you maintain that Jesus wasn't lying. Yeah, but that's if I'm not arguing. I was never arguing for what Jesus said. He's arguing that what Jesus said, and that I only believe what he said because he's the Son of God, because he does miracles. And that's not the reason I believe what he said. And I even told him later, that's not the reason I believe what he said. And this is not in reference to Jesus' resurrection. When we say that we believe that Jesus' resurrection, the whole Christianity was founded on Jesus' resurrection. If Jesus hadn't arisen from the dead, Christianity would not have been founded. That's simple. Everything hinges on him rising again from the dead. But it's not, this is not a relative to specific miracles within the gospel accounts. Let's say, for example, I don't agree with this, but let's say, for example, that all four gospel writers made up everything in the gospels, including the miracle accounts. Okay? Jesus still raised from the dead, because the proclamation of his resurrection happened really, really early, all the way to the earliest followers of Jesus, and we find it in literature that's predating all four gospels. And this is the part that he doesn't seem to understand. He thinks, oh, well, yeah, but this is a miracle. And if you believe in Christianity is based on a miracle, then you got to believe all these other miracles, and you believe what Jesus said, and therefore it's because of miracles that you believe that. That's how he's trying to argue. But unfortunately, it's a flawed argument. Unfortunately for him, it's a flawed argument. All right, it's really a red herring, really, because none of that actually is relevant to Jesus' resurrection specifically. Because we're talking about a specific miracle, for one thing. And secondly, we're talking about a miracle that is reported in the New Testament far before the four Gospels were even written. That's found in extremely early creedal form in 1 Corinthians 15, 3-8. So, yeah, all this is just a mute point. He's trying to make his point, to try to make it, he's trying to find a causal connection to try to accuse me of making double standards, which I don't have. I don't have double standards. And then he tries to connect that with Quran, so I accept the Quran now, because it's a slippery slope fallacy, remember? And he wants me to try to accept the Quran, because if I'm accepting the New Testament, which he thinks is on par with the Quran, I need to accept the Quran, which is completely false, because the Quran is going near on par with the New Testament. All right, let's move down a little bit. See, he replied, it says, zombie simply means dead corpses walking. No, it doesn't. This is exactly what Matthew claims happened in the middle of Roman Empire. And by the way, Matthew doesn't say dead corpses rose. He says the saints that were dead come out. What makes him think these corpses are dead? if they're walking around and Matthew's reporting on it, he's talking about them being made alive. So they're not dead corpses. Again, zombies, creatures of the undead. They're not actually alive, but these people are considered alive in Jewish context. All right. And then he quotes the passage, which I'm already familiar with the passage. Says, okay, see what I wrote here, proto-zombie apocalypse. The point is something so different wouldn't be missed by people of Rome. This means people who wrote Gospels were not history writers. Bible has many fairy tales. It's written by prophets and fairy tales. This is what he's saying to me. Okay. Anyway, since bringing historical scholarship is based on methodological naturalism, which is not, miracles are ruled out by default. It's ruled out because they don't accept that miracles are happening. It's ruled out for presuppositional reasons. It's not ruled out because it's a methodology of historical research. We get into that as well. Okay, buddy. This is why only agreed upon position by scholars is birth, baptism, and subsequent execution of Jesus. See, that's the only three things that they believe in the Gospels. That's totally false. Nothing else, even empty tomb, is doubted by a quarter of scholarship. Oh, this is interesting. I have never seen somebody. I've seen people appeal to majority before, appeal to majority policy. I have never seen someone appeal to minority policy before. I thought this was hilarious. Oh, he goes, even empty tomb is doubted by a quarter of scholarship. He's talking about Gary Habermas's poll where over 75% of scholars agree with the empty tomb. And he says, well, 25% doesn't. He said, this is by Habermas himself, yes, a Christian fundamentalist, let alone the resurrection of Jesus. Oh my God, I couldn't believe he argued that. I thought this was funny. It's like, what in the world? 25% of the scholars agree with me. So, what do you want, a cookie? Do you want a trophy that says, congratulations, someone finally agreed with you? It's like, what? But it's oh wow, 25% of scholars agree with me. I have never heard anyone argue with a minority. I thought that was funny. All right, let's continue. He tells me about his worldview. I told you what his worldview is in that situation. Okay, this is what I talked about P52. Says that is false. Have you never even heard of P52? The earliest undisputed New Testament fragment that contains a small handful of John's gospel. It's contains like 5 verses from 18th chapter of Gospel of John, 3 on one side, 2 on the back. Matthew also has a fragment in the 2nd century. There are fragments like P66 and P75 that I've already mentioned that date the middle of the 2nd century, P66 to the late 2nd century, P75. By the way, P45 contains large portions of all 4 Gospels and Acts, and it dates to AD 200. By the way, all manuscripts of the New Testament that date to within the first centuries are counted by scholar as early. That's the first century? Says that date to within the first centuries. Oh, talking about the well, I think I meant 2nd century. Are counted by scholars as early. You know, we have nothing from the ancient work within that time. I said we can reconstruct over half of the New Testament just from the fragments of the 2nd century. Where are you getting a 150 AD date? No scholar would agree with that, even Bar Ehrman, because P52 dates to 8125. It's early. Now, of course, I'm talking about where the conversation is about what the dating of the manuscripts are. Now, I would actually end up giving evidence of P52 dating early. close to 8100 before 8125 even. But most scholars will usually land on 8125, including Bar Ehrman. Also, the original New Testament is constructed by a lot more than just the earliest copies, which I already mentioned. A wide variety of P75 and wide variety factors go into evaluating the evidence, including multiple lines of transmission. Like I said already, even P75 and Vaticanus agree they most assuredly go back to the original. And when P66, P75, and Vaticanus all agree with each other on John, they most definitely go back to the original text. Now that's why I think I didn't put John here, but I meant John when they agree on John. And why are you even bringing up the Quran? We haven't talked about that in a while because we were talking about other stuff too. We were talking about a lot of side issues. Okay, he quotes John Ryland's library, which is interesting because it's not a textual critical institution. It's just a place where they originally found the P52. And he says, and he quotes them, he says, the first editor dated the fragment to the first half of the 2nd century. The date was estimated paleography by comparing the handwriting with other manuscripts. However, paleography is not an exact science, which is not exact science, but it is very good. It's close enough. It's actually good enough. I like it because it works off of what we know, not what we assume, like parametric dating, but I'm not going to get much into that. I do get into that a little bit in here anyhow. None of the comparing biblical manuscripts are dated, and most papyri bearing a secure date are administered documents. Recent research to a date nearer to 200 AD, but there is as yet no convincing evidence that any early fragments from the New Testament survive. Now that's what they say, and then he quotes a link. Most of his sources are coming from the internet, by the way. He obviously doesn't have any book sources. Whenever he does cite books, it's always from Google Books. So he lacks book sources a lot. Quran contains miracle of splitting a moon. We have manuscripts of Quran from decades to the incident, not centuries as with New Testament. Again, you can't get past the Uthmanic revision. How do you know Uthman didn't change something or add doctrines in there? You don't. It's physically impossible to get past it. So by your standard, you should be a Muslim, not a Christian. No, by my standard, I should be a Christian because the Quran fails that standard. This is why I brought the Quran. And then he said, what we do know is that they were written by people who already believed in Jesus as Messiah. This is him talking again. We're not witnesses. We're just trying to evangelize and thus, and basically we get into bias arguments a little bit. Writing 40 to 100 years after the death of the person. They're writing about, that's not even true. Most scholars will usually put the gospel between 30 to 60 years of Jesus' lifetime. They vary on the dating. Different people vary on the dating. I put it between 30 to 40 years. But at least almost everybody would agree within the time frame, and that's assuming John's gospel, the last of the gospels to be written, assuming the latest date you possibly can pose to it by liberals, or the vast majority of liberals. And there are some liberals that are more extreme that puts some of the gospels outside, or the gospel of John outside the 1st century, but they're really in extreme. But almost everybody would say within 30 to 60 years, and that's assuming John's gospel too, by the way. So this dating right here is completely false. All right, going to it. Obvious text criticism is not your field. This is what I said. Yes, comparative paleography is not an exact science. Nobody ever claimed that it is. Almost, although lots of things are not an exact science, but we still rely on them. However, this is what we use on almost all manuscripts of the past, and it is still better than C14, which rely on assumptions, because the earliest works off of what we know, not what is assumed. With these kinds of dating methods, even with carbon 14, you usually get date ranges. Although sometimes we assert an exact date, these are usually rough estimates. When it comes to historical evidence, like or should be historical events, like when something was written, that is best we can do. But this doesn't mean we cannot reasonably conclude that this is the date is at least in the right ballpark. As far as P52, it is impossible, not just an opinion, it is impossible, I emphasize that word, possible, to ascribe a date later than the early 2nd century for P52. It is an early codex written with a rough, roundy hand. I'm giving evidence here, and indicative of scribes and works between late 1st century and very early 2nd century, such as how the scribes made iotas and alphas, or eotas, excuse me, eotas, and alphas, Greek letters. I already told you this fragment is undisputed, even by non-Christian scholars like Bar Ehrman. What evidence is there for a date of AD 200? We have manuscripts dated to that time, such as P45, dated up to AD 200, and more recent find of P137, usually dated between AD 150 and AD 200. I think the actual date range is AD 150 to AD 250, but a lot of scholars follow in suit with the earlier, and I do too. I think that it probably dates before P45. This fragment is so early that some papyrologists think it all, talking about P52, think it dated back to the 90s. I am open to this date and you should take it, but at this present time, I don't think the evidence supports it. I had already mentioned that most scholars, including Ehrman, takes the position that the fragment should be dated to AD 125. There are scholars that are calling for a redating of some of the manuscripts, but is a change to an earlier date, not a later one. A lot of scholars, including Philip Comfort and Dan Wallace, and even myself, are taking dates for P52 that is even closer to 1st century, nearing 8100. Phil Comfort, do not confuse him with Ray Comfort, probably no relations, a textual scholar famed for having personally reviewed every one of the earliest manuscripts of the New Testament, said in his book, Encountering the Manuscripts, page 139 and 143, that this manuscript preserves only a few verses of John's Gospel, and he gives the verses. This hand, casual and rounded, clearly belongs to the early part of the 2nd century. I would also point to P. Moraba 113, a document dated to P80 132. Its overall likeness to P52 is immediately apparent. One can also note the epsilon, iota, again, Greek letters, I put in brackets, that's me, combination. The alpha and delta in most manuscripts, both manuscripts share affinities with P. London 130, dated early 2nd century. The dating of P52 to the 1st century of 2nd century is remarkable, especially if we accept the consensus dating the composition of the 4th gospel. And I put in brackets John, and then he put 80 through 85. Also keep note, there are some mistypes that I did. I was typing real fast. This means that P52 is probably only 20 years away from the original. Bruce Mesker, one of the let's see, back up. All right, 20 years away from the original. Bruce Mesker, one of the best textual scholars in the 20th century, and Bar Ehrman, an agnostic scholar, co-authored a book with, I think I don't know, I might have got to end his quotations here because I'm starting on another one. Co-authored a book with Mesker called The Text of the New Testament, and they concluded concerning P52 on page 56 of their book. Although the extent of the verses preserved is so slight in one respect, this tiny scrap of papyrus possesses quite as much evidential value as would be complete codex. P52 provides the existence and use of the fourth gospel during the first half of the 2nd century, far removed from its traditional place of composition, Ephesus in Asia Minor. Indeed, this is me talking, you might want to watch what you get off the internet. Point in fact, check out your link and could not find the date of P52 anywhere on their site. No mention, okay, this is because you gave the wrong link. This will come out in a minute. As far as the Quran is concerned, my point still remains. I don't know of any been clearer, and I'll talk more about that. I don't want to read all this. I went over some of it, and I said, by the way, we have early manuscripts of the New Testament. If mean first century copies, then no, but that's not what textual critics are calling early. Due to the fragile nature of papyri and the tedious process of copying, scholars do not really expect any to survive from the 1st century, but this is not required for a manuscript to qualify as early. P52, P66, P75, and even Codex Sinaiticus and Codex Vaticanus from the early to the middle 4th century qualify as early in that sense. Since that is far more than what we have from other ancient works of antiquity. You know what we have from other works of antiquity for the first 4 centuries? Nothing. In fact, you could probably even add 5 centuries. First 5 centuries, most of works of antiquity are zilch. Zilch. It's like Dan Wallace always says, and he said in his debates with Bar Ehrman, any skepticism you apply to the New Testament, you're going to have to apply, or any skepticism you apply to New Testament, you have to apply to other works of ancient history 1,000 times over. We have at least a dozen manuscripts that date to the 2nd century. The New Testament is considered the best attested work in antiquity. No work in ancient history has more copies of itself, has more early dated copies of itself, has more widely distributed copies of itself than the New Testament. And that's not my opinion either. It's a fact. All right. Remember, I'm responding to multiple posts here, so sometimes it's going to be jumping around. I said I already responded to this while ago on manuscript evidence. Okay, earliest date of P52, as well as discuss all the revision more closely. That one very lengthy. Okay, it's incorrect. Okay, a lot of times we're having to go over the same stuff over and over again. Okay, I comment on this zombie thing again. I know what the Bible passage says. I have evaluated the passage from Matthew many times. In fact, it's because he speaks of people seeing it on the basis of the internet or the internal evidence, not internet evidence, internal evidence that I think he's picking up an eyewitness report. However, this is still not zombies. Zombies, again, are defined as walking corpses with no minds or souls. Have you ever saw someone being accused of being mindless and being called a zombie as a way of referencing this? In the 1st century, this would have been understood as a resuscitation, not a zombification. This is not how the situation with both Lazarus and Jairus' daughter is understood in light of the historical cultural context. By the way, where is the text? Does it say that people in the middle of the Roman Empire? We don't know where this took place. Matthew, I think I made a mistake in that. It does actually say it came out of the Holy City, or went into the Holy City. So we do know it was likely Jerusalem. But Matthew only gives us when, and okay. And I said some fallacy, mixed fallacy. You took him in fallacy by using the word zombie. Back question appetite fallacy is what I'm referring to there. Okay, the zombie thing again. I said, why are you calling it a zombie apocalypse? It's all that's, it's not what it is. Again, zombie commits the big question fallacy. I'm having to go over the same things I've been going over. Historical scholarship is not based upon methodological naturalism. This is why I mentioned that. The streams from one's worldview, not the discipline of historiography. Scholars and historians are a mixed breed. There could be both Christians and non-Christian historians, and there are some that assume methodological naturalism. But make no mistake, this is based on based solely on their or upon their presuppositions of the past. Often found methodological naturalism to be to be vicious circle reasoning, and often a stumbling block because it prevents you from being at least open to the evidence and the data. Even if I am set in my ways on something, I at least have to be open to the possibility I could be wrong. If I'm not, then all the evidence in the world would not convince me. I need to be open to evidence and to be able to change my mind if I think the evidence warrants it. I told you I am an evidence person. I don't believe in adopting a viewpoint that can make me turn a blind eye to the evidence, which is what methodological naturalism does. It makes you turn a blind eye to the evidence. You end up ignoring the evidence. You have to, because methodological naturalism says that there has to be a naturalistic explanation. You cannot assume a supernatural explanation at all. And even if the evidence is very strong for a supernatural explanation, you still assume a naturalistic explanation. And this is why it's a flawed methodology. You have to ignore the evidence. You have to dismiss it in replace of a naturalistic explanation. And that's just not a proper way of dealing with any kind of evidence, let alone historical methodology. You also have to doubt the event ultimately. Mike Cohen talks about this a little bit in his debate with Matt Dillahunty, but I'm not going to go into it much. Okay, let's go back to, for example, look at how you deny the empty tomb. I use that as an example of this, of denying an event just because it has supernatural implications to it. Empty tomb in itself is not supernatural nor miraculous. So why do you deny it? Because at its core, it appears at least in connection with the resurrection, like it is connected to something supernatural, and you reject the supernatural. Therefore, the tomb must have been not have been empty. However, I don't have to show a supernatural cause for an empty tomb to prove an empty tomb. I can still present evidence for the event itself. And scholars agree far more than birth, baptism, and subsequent execution of Jesus too. I put his statement in quotation because that's what he said. I have went over several more outside the three you just named, and we haven't even scratched the surface of what almost all scholars agree on. Check out the works of Bart Ehrman, particularly what he says on the historical Jesus. He takes the position of methodological naturalism, and yet he concedes to far more than what you have listed. He used to be one of the scholars to believe in the empty tomb. His recent position on the barrel has forced him to now reject it. Speaking of the empty tomb, you said you talked to Gary Habermas regarding the empty tomb. Are you really going to argue minority like that? I still can't get over that. I've never seen anyone do that before. Did you miss the part where he says over 75% of all scholars agree on the empty tomb? We have to be careful at this point to not appeal to a majority at this point, or in your case, appeal to a minority, laugh out loud. Because at the end of the day, it is the evidence that matters. When I cited scholars, I did so knew that the information was coming from a credible source, not Wikipedia or something, but I always gave the evidence, or my sources did, but I never assumed it was true because Scholar X said so. He will later accuse me of doing that, but I didn't. Now, there's nothing wrong with saying what the conversation is. There's times when I try to do that, like I would say, well, most scholars, hold this agreement, most scholars hold that, I'm more here, things like that. I'm just telling you where the conversation is, but when I actually was downright arguing for a position, I cited a scholar and I cited the evidence. Either I presented the evidence or I would present, or the scholar that I'm citing is presenting the evidence. Either way, the evidence is being presented. I'm not assuming that the scholar himself is infallible. The scholar said such or such happened, or it's true, must make it true. I never assume that. He'll accuse me of it, but it's not what I did. All right. Evidence that matters. When I cited scholars, the information was coming from a credible source, not Wikipedia or something, but I always gave the evidence on my sources, or my sources did. But I never assumed it was true because Scholar X said so. by the way, when Anthony Flew was still alive and we were still an atheist, he was one of the scholars that conceded to the empty tomb. Just thought you should know. All right. Okay. He's like, he thinks that Christianity's got weak arguments and stuff. And see, he can keep going down more. He's quoting me on this, okay? And I said, C14 dating is science. No, it isn't. It's a tool that scientists use. It's not science. Science is just as a methodology of studying, the nature and the world around us. While paleography is opinion, no, it's based on what we know. You don't seem to have any idea how science works. Yes, I have quite a bit of science works. So he actually gets confused on the scientific method at one point. And I raised that up to him, and he never responded to what I said on the scientific method. But I told him how the scientific method actually is supposed to go. And the theory is not the same as a fact. And so he gets really confused on that. There's a lot of evolutionists do. He's an evolutionist. I guess this happened because your field is history. Bad thing to say about someone who's jack of all trades in lots of areas, not just history. Okay, he's quoting me again about P52. He says you have a habit of making bombastic claims without having evidence to back it up. I do present evidence to back it up. In fact, I actually presented evidence on P52. I talked about in fact, in the very quotation he's quoting here shows evidence of it. I showed how they're in combination with the Greek and stuff like that. How am I making bombastic claims without backing it up? The very quote that he quotes presents evidence right here. Present evidence that P52 is early. I'm not making bombastic claims without making it up, or without backing it up. And then he quotes me on this again. And he said, laugh out loud, I accidentally gave you the wrong link. He gives me the correct link. Here I copied it verbatim, and then he copies the and then he quotes me, I think, again. And then he says, I'm wrong about the Quran, which I'm not. See what I say. It says, as far as the Quran is concerned, my point still remains. I don't know if I've been clear. Whatever I talked about Piedmont revision, it does not matter when this revision took place. You still cannot go to the original Quran because you cannot get past the revision. You see, with the New Testament, we have a plethora of manuscripts that went everywhere, and since we have 27 books of the New Testament, each of these had their own textual history. The New Testament has written in various places by different authors to various audiences, and their copies went all over the Roman Empire. The Quran has a single work written by at least one person. Now, this is interesting because I said by at least one person is what I said. Okay? He later attacked that and says, the Quran is written by lots of people, or composed by multiple editors. And I never said it wasn't multiple editors. Although I don't know who these people were, but it says at least one person is what I said. See, this is clear. He'll even quote me verbatim and still get me wrong. And you'll see that in a minute. With one textual transmission, when Uthman and the Islamic State burned all the surviving copies, leaving one version of itself, there isn't a plethora of manuscripts to compare. You just have to trust that Uthman got it right. How do you know that he got it right? You don't, and that is the point. With the New Testament, we can compare the manuscripts, copies in various places, and we can get back to the original text. Our confidence becomes greater. For example, until our earliest papyri manuscripts were discovered, most New Testament manuscripts dated after AD 1000. But after papyri was discovered, we can compare them with the later manuscripts and see that the theological views and historical information remain static throughout the transmission process. We can't do the same with the Quran. Although a few manuscripts escaped Islam burning of the manuscripts, they are few and far between. The earliest we can date the completed Quran is to the Uthmanic revision. And you had better hope that Uthman didn't change anything. You can cite the dating of this revision all day long if you want to, but it's not going to change the facts nor my point. And he says, boy, you're wrong about the Quran. It doesn't matter if we can't back to the original word word. Quran, it might be the case that the original Quran had more verses or a different order of things. I mean, how would you know anyhow? Because you can't get past the Uthman revision. But if Uthman added any verses that was not already in the Quran, then it would lead to civil war. Does he not understand the history of the Quran? It almost led to war because the different various versions differed with each other. And so this was causing a lot of disunity. And that's the reason for the Uthmanic revision. And I put that in my response to this. He simply standardized the Quran. He did not write it. It is not written by a single person. It was written by scribes. I never said it was written by a single person. I said at least one person. Scribes of Muhammad, as he was receiving verses and memorizing by other scribes. These scribes then wrote down the Quran, and the other parchments were standardized by Quran. If Uthman had changed anything, let alone adding a whole new miracle that to a moon split being split, which that's why I wasn't even on that, but I was just talking about textual, comparing to the text of the New Testament, that sort of thing. He would be hounded by the scribes and the whole community. It would have at least led to a civil war again. It's like he didn't understand why the Iran revision was put there in the first place or something. Something having more copies doesn't mean crap. Yes, it does. In textual criticism, yes, it does. It means a lot because that is how we are able to reconstruct the original text of the New Testament. Because the more copies you have, the more you can cross-check them with one another. I mean, yes, there are mistakes in the manuscripts, but they're in different places. And as a result, we're able to reconstruct it. Just like, think of like putting together a jigsaw puzzle. Like James White always says, it's like having a 10,000 piece jigsaw puzzle, and we have 10,200 pieces. We didn't lose anything. We just gained some extra pieces to go through. And then we have to go through in those 200 pieces and realize those 200 pieces ain't part of the original puzzle and piece together the other 10,000 pieces. That's basically what we're doing. So it does mean everything that we have lots of manuscripts. That's actually part of text criticism. So okay, goes in the original itself. It's 40 years after the event at best. Okay. Proto zombie, either way that any cusses there crap is totally made up, like majority of the Bible. This is a presupposition thing. He says way that the crap is totally made up, like majority of the Bible. Resignation doesn't work on corpses inside a tomb. Zombies far closer. How is that not? I mean, I think I targeted this in my response to, I think he misunderstood resuscitation. I'm not saying that someone came in there with a defibrillator and just, clear and got him up. I'm talking about God divinely bringing him back from the dead. But they're being brought back to a mortal life. They're not being brought back to an immortal life. So I think he misunderstood what I mean by resuscitation. It states walking once, it doesn't say once at all. Dead city to the holy city into Judea. It doesn't say Judea, but it says holy city. That means in Jerusalem, I agree, which was the former capital of the Roman province. No, it wasn't. Jerusalem was never the capital of the Roman province. He got his history completely messed up. And I mentioned this, and I think he does take it back later. But this wasn't even true. And how's that not the middle of the Roman Empire? Because it's not. It's in fact. By the way, Judea was considered owned by the Roman Empire. They had to pay taxes and under Roman rule and stuff, but they were never allowed to be Roman citizens. They were not considered a Roman city. They were not considered a Roman province. They were not considered Roman citizens. Jews wasn't. And so this is why Paul was able to get beheaded, not crucified, because he was a Roman citizen, because he was from Tarsus. But but Jesus was Galilee, which is in Judea. Therefore, he could be crucified. Same thing with Peter, because he was from Galilee. He could be crucified. He was not a Roman citizen. Roman citizens couldn't be crucified, but Jews could be because they were not Roman citizens, or at least if they're from Judea. Paul was a Jew, but he was from Tarsus, which is a Roman city. That's why in Acts he says, "I appeal to Caesar." That's what that means. It's like us Americans saying, "I'm an American citizen. I know my rights." He's basically saying, "I'm a Roman citizen. I appeal to my right to, speak and defend myself." All right. Okay, he goes on with that. Okay, he starts talking about mythological naturalism more, supernatural spirits and human beings were actually cast out of people because, dude, is in the Bible. I don't even know why he's on this. All you have done until now is build authority of scholars. That's false. And their authority. You saw when he tried to accuse me of that, I showed you the evidence within the citation and within the reference where I was referencing. I presented evidence. I didn't just cite scholars. So this was wrong. Okay. It said justify the Bible as evidence, nor do I find. This is when he denies being able to use anything in the Bible as evidence, and we'll go on this a little bit. I'll talk about his bias argument. Bias. All right. As I like to call the bias argument, as I like to call it, although it is common for skeptics, even ones in scholarship, to point to people's biases like it proves something, there is a number of problems with it. First, and you probably already guessed it, it commits a logical fallacy. In this case, the circumstantial ad hominem fallacy. It actually makes an ad hominem fallacy circumstantial. The fact that someone is biased doesn't mean they have inaccurate information or just making stuff up. Secondly, everyone is biased. There is no such thing as a neutral person, because just because someone does not have a religious bias doesn't mean they're not biased. They could have an anti-religious bias or anti-supernatural bias or anti-God bias. In fact, as me and you have been debating back and forth, we both are biased in favor of our viewpoints. It doesn't make us wrong, nor does it make us have inaccurate information or sources, nor does it mean that we're lying. Thirdly, although people do sometimes lie for their biases, most people typically don't do that because they think they're right. For example, if me and you believe that we're right, we are less likely to lie about what we're presenting to each other. We think we know the truth. Fourthly, nobody can ever apply such an argument consistently because eventually they will accept sources, even historical sources, that carry their own bias with them. Even critical historians like Bart Ehrman have trouble applying his bias argument consistently. Finally, no historians can apply that argument from bias without doing irresponsible historical methodology. Sorry. Trying to reject a source simply because you don't agree with their worldview is improper historical methodology. It will be like me rejecting Josephus, a Jewish historian, because he's not a Christian. However, Josephus gives us our best insight into Jewish culture, beliefs, and history in the first century. The fact that he's biased doesn't mean that we can't trust him. Some of these best sources we have on the Holocaust were written by Jews who were survivors of concentration camps. No professional historian would ever give in to such methodology, or else it would lead us to rejecting everything in the ancient world. Because you think it can't be trusted, because you have a bias that disagrees with theirs. One final point on this: who would you expect writing about Jesus the Messiah? A non-Christian source? a lot of sources are going to talk, that most of the sources we're going to have are going to speak of Jesus as the Messiah. Because, I mean, Jewish sources will only rarely talk that much about people they think are heretics. They'll mention a couple passages or something like that, like 2 verses in Josephus mentioning Jesus, and that's what they, and I think only 1 or 2 mention them in the Jewish Talmud. They don't talk about people they think are heretics as much. And pagan sources, they're going to reference Christians a little bit, but they're not, I mean, unless they're talking about persecuting them or what they believe to some extent. Most pagans are not going to be talking about Christians much. A lot of the people that are going to be speaking about Christianity are going to be Christians. Just like a lot of people speaking about paganism is going to be pagans. I mean, that's just the way it goes. Most witnesses has a vested interest in what they're witnessing. This is something that I think Braxton Hunter interesting brings up sometimes. You know, like a person who witnesses a car crash is going to have an invested interest in what's going on there because they're witnessing it. They're part of the situation. It doesn't mean they must have not have been eyewitnesses to have such a vested interest. The scholarly range for the Gospels from the earliest to the latest, this is talking about the dating of the Gospels, is usually set at 30 to 60 years. I think I already mentioned this. I talked about this a little bit, so I'm not going to go over this again. As far as whether or not the Gospels intended to write history or not, do you not understand what they mean? What this means? This means whenever we discuss the genre of the Gospels, that almost all scholars would recognize the Greco-Roman biographies. They get this assessment by comparing it to other Greco-Roman biographies. Now, understand, okay? Understand. He accuses me later on consistently of not providing any evidence of the Gospels as ancient biographies. Try to understand that. That will become a big deal later on because I'm one of those people that don't like to repeat myself all the time. And I've had to repeat myself hundreds of times in this debate. And so I didn't want to repeat myself. So I'm like, okay, I already provided evidence for them as ancient biographies. He said constantly that I never provided any evidence for ancient biographies. Now, looking back on that, I think maybe I should just go ahead and put them. And of course, they're scattered throughout the post. I also mentioned other things about them being ancient biographies, but I do reference them here as well. Look at this. The Gospels, almost all scholars of Greco-Roman biographies, they get this assessment. Listen, by comparing it to other Greco-Roman biographies. That means they contrast them between them. In Greco-Roman biographies, especially the ones written within the period called living memory, the intent by the writer is respected readers were that they were biographies were recording actual history. Ancient biographies use sources, hit that, use sources. That's one of the evidence. The Gospels use sources, as did the Gospel writers. Dr. Craig Keener, a respected scholar and historian, writes, what should be a historian's default expectation for an ancient biography written within a generation or two of the subject? He asked, he goes on to say, research shows that ancient biographies depended heavily on prior information in composing biographies, a characteristic we should not expect in, for example, ancient novels. Moreover, other factors being equal testimony about a figure from a within living memory can in fact be quite substantial. Dr. Craig Evans, Crystal Biography, pages 14 and 15. This all means that their intent as ancient biographies, especially written within the period of time called living memories, are intended as history and understood that way. If you continue to assert that they were not, then I need to know what evidence you are basing this on. All right, so you understand I presented evidence, and there's actually other evidence I presented. I presented the fact that that most biographies have miracles in them, and so does the Gospels. I also talked about their length. They're the right size for the ancient biographies, because I talked about Apples from 10 later. It's not the right length of ancient biography. They have literary compositional devices in them, things like that that the ancient biographies have. And we get this from, oh, I got a bigger computer desk. We get this from contrasting ancient biographies with the Gospels. And that's how we did it. We compared them and realized that they have closer similarities to ancient biography, the genre of ancient biography, than they have of anything else as far as genre goes. And obviously much different than what historical biographies or historical novels have. All right, he goes on, he says, I don't find using the Bible to justify the Bible as evidence, quite clearly as a fable book written by those who already believe in Christ. How can they actually account for history and why it was supernatural stopped? Now, why is the Christian God limited by geography and culture? Why no Indian or Chinese knew about Christianity and some Christians told them about it? All right, I'm gonna stop right here on this video. Okay, I'm running out of time. I'm fixing to have to go to church today. And this is I'm gonna end the part 2 of this video. I'm gonna continue it back on part 3. So please be watching it. I'll link part 1 in this video, and when I do part 3, I'll link part 1 and part 2 in that video. All right, thank you.